Hello. Hi, chat. Sam, John. Clandestine, thank you. 4 months. I saw I saw prototypes of the sub badges this morning. Look, Raged Kangaroo. Felark, the gangs. Ophelia. Yes, new camera. I am HD now. Glacial, what's up? Yeah, Logan. We've added some bits even. That box was not that top box was not there. And that is part of today's agenda. Hypers. I'll pretend that's Hypers. That's fine. Yes. So, um, Santa came with some peripherals. Logan was here Monday this week and helped set up the actual PC itself. And then Santa came in with some additional supplies. Hey Jen. Oh, I feel like you've been here before. I saw that you just recently followed, and I was like, wow, I feel like Cajun's been here before, but must just be all the chats. Um, so in addition to the full new PC, obviously you can see the new camera setup. Um, it's pretty high, so you guys get a huge field of view. And that's going to be a little bit different looking up at it so much, but that's new. We've got a new mouse. We have the all important RGB keyboard. And then, ready. We got a Stream Deck. So we're able to switch scenes. Um, we've got the keyboard, which Logan helped me set a noise gate for because the thing is loud as shit. Uh, and then the mouse clicks are also gone. At least I hope. Base camp. Oh. Um. Oh, Lily. It is a Logitech C922X. That's what I'm. That's the new cam. The keyboard is an NZXT Function 2 full size. Got a Logitech G305 mouse. And then I also picked up some of the Hollyland Lark M2s, the little lav mics. Those are going to be for the 2026 streaming agenda of taking you guys outside. So we've got some stuff that we can travel with now. Have to figure out what that's going to look like. But those exist now as well. And then all the other PC parts, I don't know. But we're hooked up. The one thing so far is you'll also notice the headphones. These are not new. I've had these for a while, but I have to have them on because there are no speakers with the computer. So if I want to sit here and watch streams while I work at the scope or anything, I need the headphones. Except we just ordered some speakers, so they'll be here in a couple days. Um, so that was the Santa Hall breakdown of Christmas. There were a couple of other things, but not stream related. Other um, Mary Bugmas Dan. But like I was saying on chat chats on Wednesday, this was the first year that I wasn't able to go home for the holidays. I started a new job in Hey Phoenix. Hello, hello. Um, I started a new job in June, and then I have not yet built up enough time off to be able to take, extended time off to go home for the holidays. So I was down here in Florida by myself, which is totally fine. My family was certainly more upset about it than I was, but I wasn't just gonna sit home and do nothing. I obviously had to go do some Evan activity, which include, of course, going to look at things, bugs and birds. So that is part two of Christmas. We are going to go through the birds that I saw. I did, in fact, see the rare ones that I was hoping to. And then we are going to work on the bug extraction part. I'll explain that process, uh, and we'll go through it here. But we've got a little bit of DIYing to do. As of right now, Salty, I did not. Salty Cajun, weird. Feels like I used your government first. um, as far as I know, I have not found it yet. Um, that's part of the lore that we're going to. So, let me. I don't have a. I don't have a preset button for. Okay, we're back. We're here. So, we're gonna look at some pictures. I had my camera with me. It's a Canon PowerShot something or other. It's nothing crazy, like fixed lens and everything, so nothing insane. But for those of you that might not be aware of this side of me, um, I'm also into birds. Maybe a shocker to nobody broadly interested in biology. Um, but I started birding in 2021. And I love seeing the total number of birds that I've seen go up. I love seeing them in habitat. I like seeing them where they're maybe not supposed to be. And so the bird network of people who are interested in birds is very, very thorough. And so there are websites that you can log in and track what birds you've seen. You can get alerts for when something rare shows up. And about 2.5 hours away, down in near Tampa, Florida, there was not only one, but two rare birds that were hanging out together. And so my plan was, if they're still there on Christmas, because this was the only county level park that wasn't closed for the holiday as well. If it was, I would have been going today. But I left my house on Christmas morning at 4:45 to get here roughly at 8-ish, because that's about when they had started first being seen for the day. Find a good speaker option. Can you let me know? Sam, I asked Logan, and Logan sent me some stuff. I can post that later. Oop, this is what I got, a different one. but I got whatever Logan told me to get. So anyway, I drive down there, I get out, and I start wandering over to try to find the bird. And the first thing that I find is this little ball of fluff here. This is an osprey. It is a raptor, so it looks like an eagle, or it looks like a hawk or a falcon, something in that it's a predatory bird. Um, but the cool thing about ospreys is that this is the only thing in its family. So, like in birding, sparrows are a family, hawks are a family. That includes eagles. Finches are a family. Blackbirds are a family. Um, and so this one, the osprey, is in its own family, which is very cool. So it was preening and cleaning a little bit when I first got there. So it got tucked. I can't go. Oh, that's sad. There were two. This one was right by a nest, so this one was fine having fun with its family on. But it was preening and cleaning, and I feel like I got a couple of pretty good shots of it. This is not the rare bird that I was after. These are pretty common down here. They're actually found all throughout the U.S. I've always associated them with being like shorebirds because not they're not shorebirds in the typical sense, but like I always thought about them as like being coastal. But we had these in Phoenix as well, so middle of Arizona. Anywhere that there's water though, because they almost exclusively eat. So I was on the coast. This one was on a beach, but they don't always have to be. Apparently, they can survive just fine in middle of downtown Arizona. So, full of fun. My camera is not very fast is the problem. Like I said, it's not one of the big like crazy birding cameras with like the 2 foot lens. So a lot of the time when I click the picture that I want, sometimes it's a little bit laggy and they will like tuck their head after I've already clicked the button. So I have to stand there for a while and work on getting some of the things that I want. But cool one there. You can really see the yellow of the eye and that really deeply hooked beak that allows them to tear and shred. While I was looking at this osprey, I started hearing a chatter from the fence behind me. I was like, oh, that thing is angry that I am here. This is this is a wren of some sort that's screaming from the bush. Let's see if we can find it. And so we did. Wren, not having my um I've never set the PC itself to dark. I always kind of do it on a case by case basis. Like my Twitch is in dark and everything. Anyway, Space Camp's derailing. Um so this is a wren. This is the family Troglodytidae, and there are multiple things in this family that can be here in Florida. But this is a house wren. It has a relatively short tail. Other wrens have them quite a bit longer, and it's also flat with the body. Other wrens like sedge wrens and marsh wrens and things like that typically have their tail popped up, and it's also pretty uniformly. There's not much color going on, but I recognized it by its call, turned around, got some okay pictures of it. I don't love the chain link fence in the middle of it here, but I do love this next picture because it moved up a little bit from where it was and framed itself perfectly uh, behind this really cool spider web. We don't bully Evan. Basecamp bullies me. Yeah, exactly. This is not the most technically correct shot. It doesn't show the bird very well, but I do like the spider web action that's going. I think I got one more of this guy before he took off. So then I started walking down. As I was saying, the bird community is very thorough, so they drop GPS points where the bird had been seen before. And the last report that I had seen that had coordinates was actually from like 2 days prior, which in rare bird time is seemingly forever. We have Discord for it, and we also have a WhatsApp group for them. So you can. Arizona was a lot more on top of it, I think, with the Discord of providing like up to date information. I haven't tapped into it as much here in Florida yet, but I had coordinates from where they were, and I walked over that way, and I met this very nice older lady, and she asked if I had seen them yet, referring to the two birds that we were looking for. I said no, I just gotten here. I hadn't seen them yet at all, and she's like, "Oh, I was here yesterday and the day before." Sleepy Bunny, hello. Some of you take that more directly than others. Um, and she's like, "Yeah, this is where they were originally found, but then the past couple days, they've actually been further up. Like, do you want to go over to where they were yesterday?" And I said, "Absolutely, because I would like to see birds." And so we walk up there, and we're on like the main road now. So there's a road that goes through. There's like a bike lane, a sidewalk, and then there's a field off to the right hand side. And there they are. So this is a very bad photo. Hey, Lyndon. Yeah, I saw your message right after I clicked go live. I'll get you that I'll get you that ladybug stuff at some point soon. Um, but this was a pretty bad photo of what I was hoping to get. It was sitting here on this stick, and like I said earlier, the delay on the camera thing, this thing had time to take off before I was able to get there. So we zoom and enhance. This is what we're left with. Um, not the best shot, but I did see both of them. So the birds that we were looking for were a groove build Ani and a smooth build Ani. They are very closely related to each other. Their names sound very close to one another. And smooth build is incredibly rare in the US in general. Florida is the only place that you can reliably get it. Groove build Ani is more widespread, and I had chased one in Arizona like 3 or 4 separate times, and I had just never managed to find one. So the craziness of there being both of them together uh is nuts. Um and which is why I was willing to drive like 3 hours on Christmas to go find these things. So we saw them. I had pretty good looks in my binoculars, but I don't bird with a camera to like get the Nat Geo shot. I just want proof that I saw the thing. And so this was enough for proving that I saw an Ani of some sort. But because the two look so similar, I needed to make sure that, or I would like to have made sure that I had photo like proof showing some of the diagnostic characters between them. So I got my good looks. I could count them for my life list. I was happy with that. But obviously, I stuck around for a little while trying to take pictures. and we had a little bit better trip. It wasn't that bad, surprisingly, at 5 a.m. on Christmas. Not that many people on the road, to be honest. So this is what the Ani looks like. It's a really strange looking bird because it has this like super deep bill. Um, and like I was saying earlier, the osprey is in its own taxonomic family. Anis are actually a type of cuckoo. So this thing is related to um give me one sec. Okay. I didn't want it to pull up and like super double the pro puffin. Granola, hello. Um I just switched that to I don't have a BRB screen set up yet besides turning the turning the little sticky note. But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doxing anything. So this is a yellow-billed cuckoo. This is a widespread thing across the US. You can kind of see the range map down here. Pretty common across the eastern part and down into Central and South America. Thanks, Granola. It's in high def now, so you can really see it. Um, but these are the birds that will lay their eggs in other birds' nests to like have them raise it up. So this is like the more common what a cuckoo kind of looks like generally. But then this family also has the really odd relative, the roadrunner. So this is also a cuckoo. They don't do the nest swap thing. Um, but it's hard for me to believe that this one is related to this one and that both of those are related to this. Roadrunners are cuckoos. And if that isn't the craziest shit you've ever heard. Yeah, I had no idea. So this thing has like a super deep bill compared to the other cuckoos. And when we get to some of the better photos, um, you'll see more of the similarity kind of in body structure, like the really long tail here on the yellow-billed cuckoo. And coyotes chasing it. I have seen a roadrunner and a coyote like in the same pond drainage one time out in Arizona. So I have seen that together, but there are no roadrunners in Florida. This is just a cuckoo relative. Um, reads old book, drinks whiskey. Hell, yeah. So Lyndon, if you missed the beginning of this, I went down and chased some rare birds yesterday, and this is an Ani, Ani, and it is in the same family as cuckoos and roadrunners. So that's why I had that up. But this is the guy that I was going down to chase. Both species are very rare in the US in general, and there was one of each hanging out together. So the two things, the two species that were down here, there was a smooth build Ani and a groove build. So the thing that you need to see to separate them is detail on the head. This one is the smooth bill, and I can figure that out from a couple things. The groove bill has very distinct grooves on the bill, if you can imagine that. And it also the groove bill has a wider patch of bare skin around the eye, and I was able to see them side by side, and I was able to tell with the binoculars. But I wanted photos of them. So this was just the first photo I had of the groove build. We've got a lot of pictures to go through. I was just kind of snapping to make sure I got something. Yes, Mini Pearl. Similar. There has been down in Miami in 2023, there was a groove build and smooth build pair that had actually been seen mating. Nothing ever came of that as far as I know. People saw the nest and everything, and there were no viable eggs. Um, but they are very clearly different species. So it's odd that they hang out together, but and even more odd because cuckoos are not typically social. I have seen a couple of pictures of the Anis though, where they're in larger groups. So couldn't really explain it. Couldn't really tell you why they were there together, but they were. Which again just made it easier for me, so I could go back and so I could go down and see both standards. Yeah, I guess you're around. It's like one of those friends you hang out with conditionally. Um, and so they were hopping around in this tree for a while, and they would pop up and give you okay looks every now and again. I have some, like I said earlier, I don't really go for the Nat Geo photos. I've got some bangers in here. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, I got distracted by this butterfly. This was also this was also down there. This is a white peacock butterfly, and I think there was a pair of them floating around. I had seen two, and a little bit better of the zoom there. You can see this one has a pretty big chunk out of its back wing, but was perfectly able to go off and fly. And I was just able to pull this up while I was waiting for the Anis to give me some better photos. And then we're getting there. The problem right now is that we are shooting into the sun, and I'm still hanging out with this old woman that I just met in the parking lot, right? She had the really big camera, and she was like, "Oh yeah, light, blah blah blah." I'm like, I just need something identified. But this one popped up, and this is the groove build on. So it's hard to see, but there's a much wider patch here of bare skin around the eye. The bill is not as deep, and then there are these grooves that run down, which we'll be able to see better. But you can more easily see now the um, similarity between the cuckoo. It has the upright posture, the bill, like the long tail that drapes down over the branch and everything. So we're getting there. Wearing him. That's an excellent resolution. Um, but yeah, so we're starting to get some better pictures. They're starting to be a little bit more cooperative. Another preening incident, but you can see like just how long this tail is. It goes all the way down behind this. Um, and here we're able to see some of the grooves on the bill. So there's one here. And then again, this wider patch of bare skin around the eye than on the smooth bill. And again, you can see the grooves better on the bill here. So we're just snapping. And at this point, the groove bill is up. and there's a dead tree over here on the left hand side that's just out of frame. You can see the trunk right here. And so the smooth bill is hopping around in the bush, like below the groove bill at the moment. But then it hops up onto the dead tree. So I am super stoked on this. Smooth bill, a lot less bare skin behind the eye, and I had eyes on both of them now. So I knew I was watching the groove bill. This one hops up. It had to be the smooth. So we were able to check that out. What do they eat? So good. I don't know. Oh. A loose-limbed, disheveled-looking bird of tropical dry country is nuts. Um, large insects and small lizards. Oh, okay, here. Like other Ani species, groove-bills live in groups, maintaining a collective territory, and keep their eggs in a single nest. I had no idea. That's really crazy. Huh. That's pretty neat. But here you can see the range map of the Ani. Um, this is the groove bill specifically, and you can see that Florida is not in range for it really at all. Let's see. But these ones do tend to wander quite a bit. There are records, uh, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, etc., and all these Arizona records. I chased one of these ones that was down in here, and I didn't find. So this one is a little bit more movable than the smoothbill. Check that one. A lot of the information is probably going to be the same. My God, look at that. That's ridiculous. The puffy little baby. Um, but this one is known from Florida. Like it gets into Florida, but it's still really rare in the US because this is the only part of the US where they tend to show up. And they have a lot fewer US records. It looks like there was one down here, like South Padre Island at some point, but all of the US records are Floridian. Um, and mostly South Florida down here. This is over where I was. So, um, still out of range in Florida, even from where I saw it. So, lots of lots of good things about seeing this bird where. So this is the smooth bill that hopped up on the tree here, gave me a nice look. And here the sun is really helping me out with the lack of striations on the bill. I got a pretty good shot. This is a bird nerd thing. But these are the feet, obviously. But they're a zygodactyl, which means that they have two toes that go forward and two toes that go back. And so that's not super common among birds, but you can see here that there's only two toes grabbing uh this side of the branch. So cool that I got that. I didn't even really notice that when I pictures it. Eh, okay, blurry shot. Suki, hello. We're looking at birds that I saw yesterday. Um, and now we are getting into some of the better pictures. I am very happy with this one. It shows that very thin bare skin around the eye and the ungrooved bill. And so, quite happy with this shot, but this is still not the shot. Did I find any of my beetle? No. At least I don't think so yet. We're gonna do some bug work here in a minute, but we're going chronologically over the course of yesterday. So I was birding first just to make sure that I got them, and then I spent almost 2 hours sifting sand. And then we did a lot of prep stuff once I got home. So we'll talk about the beetles. We will cover the beetles here in just a bit. But I want to get through the, the bird pictures first. Then they both popped up together, so I was able to get pictures of them in the same tree. This is the groove bill here on the left, and this is the smooth bill on the right. I love birds when they look straight at you. They're so silly. They're just like looking straight down the barrel of the camera. But tried to get some decent shots of this as well. And this is the groove bill, I think. So here we can again. I'm going to keep pointing the tortilla. Oh, you can see the grooves on the bill, and you can see that wider bare spot behind the eye. So I at this point I now have both of my documentation shots of like this is clearly identifiable as groove build. We had seen some ones that were definitely identifiable as smooth build. So at this point I was happy. I got at least what I needed. But it's nice. It's nice when I get to see or when I get really good pictures of these. So they then three moved a little bit closer together. Smooth bill. And then they moved. So they went from a tree kind of up here in front of us to the right down to our left into like these very low bushes. So they were like maybe waist level with us. Um and the light was better now because they had flown out of the sun. So they were now we're going to have really nice light on these pictures. So we started getting a lot better quality of things. Um My camera does not have manual focus. It is purely autofocus. So there are a lot of pictures that are very similar that I was just pushing the button trying to get it to focus on the day. All of these kind of blurry. You can see the two of them here. Again, my friends sitting next. Okay. We're starting to get better. I'm a little bit happier with this because you can see the groove. And that's, again, I would like all of my pictures to be at the very least identifiable. So we've got grooves on this one. So we're chilling there. And then Smooth Bill had flown back into denser. So we weren't getting as many good pictures of this guy at the moment. This is the butt end of an osprey that was flying over. Like I said, my camera is very slow and has autofocus only. So things in flight are very difficult for me. I don't get them very often, but I try. This one didn't work particularly well, but I try. Okay, back to the Ani now. Hopped up on a branch, still a little bit out of focus. Now we're talking. Cool background, long tail. You can see the split on the toes, like two forward, two back here really nicely. And you can see the grooves. This is this is the best one so far. Then he turned around for me, got the blurry option, and then we have the photo. This is my ideal one that I got all day. You can see the stupid long tail. You can see the grooves. You can see the eye. It's well lit. Um, After I saw this, I pulled it up on my camera. I was like, "We're good. I can be done. I can be done now." I got a not only an identifiable picture, but like a good picture of this bird. So I was very excited about this. Is this bird in flock around? Probably not. I think this is too rare of a bird for them to include in that. Then we got a couple other versions of it where I just kept spamming, taking the picture here. Got to zoom in. The bill is not very clear. It's a lot nicer here. You can see again those really deep grooves on the bill. And while we're playing with the groove bill, the smooth bill popped out in the background again. So now, this time down in this dead palm. And I think this is the shot of this one. Um, Really nice, very clearly ungrill, nice posture, in focus. The background could be a little bit better, but I am very, very happy with. This is not an Ani. This is a thing called a gray catbird, and they're in the same family as mockingbird, and they're called catbirds because one of their calls sounds like a cat meowing. This is not a rare thing, but they are neat. They're pretty nice gray overall. They have this reddish vent, so right here under the butt, it's got a little bit of red, and then on top, it has this little hat, little darker cap. Comes your crow from memory. Yes, it very much does. What was I sleeping in on Christmas? What have I been doing? I don't know, Lyndon. I left my house at like 4:30, so I had to commit to the bit here. Um, but yeah, so this is a little gray catbird that gave us popped up while I was taking pictures of the other. Um, you know, little fun guy to take a picture of. And then Smoothbill back in the tree. Supposed to be both, but the other one flew away. And then a profile here of the Smoothbill. And this was the point where I was like, all right, we're good. I've come, I've seen the bird. I was here for almost 2 hours at this point. So I had gotten my fill of the bird. And I had other things that I wanted to do to that day, like for the Beatles. But I was right next to a fishing pier that had other birds on. So before we totally packed away the bird stuff for the day, um, I went out to the fishing pier and saw some new bird. This is a laughing gull. This is an immature or out of cycle laughing gull. For those of you on the East Coast, you're probably familiar with these. These are the ones that have like the totally dark hood during most of the summer. but during the winter, they only have the little splotchy behind the eye. So we had a laughing gull here on the fishing pier. We had some brown pelicans. Always loved these. Such a such a wild bird in there. And then this is a double crested cormorant. And they will do this to help dry themselves out after they've. These are also fish eaters. So they'll dive in and then they'll kind of air themselves out and sun themselves to dry off when they're done. Caught this one doing this. I didn't get like really good timing of it opening its wings. It was just sitting there like airing out the business for. Uh, I got an okay picture. This is a sandwich tern, and the reason I can tell that is that even from this photo, the bill is dark, but there's a light tip. So this is what they look like. They just have that little yellow tip on the bill. And this is the part of the life cycle that we're at. This is again this is like a winter bird, so non-breeding season. So in the picture that I have, you can see that the black cap doesn't come all the way forward, just behind the eye here, and you just have that little light. So not the best picture, but again, documentation for uh sandwich tern. And here's a different photo of it. You can see again white on top of the head and just that little yellow tip. Give Evan Google Fiber. Am I lagging? Is there delay? I didn't think it. Okay. More flight shots, not the best. But then as I was going back to the car, the birds had moved. So they were basically right by where I had parked, and um there was a big group of birders who had just gotten there. They didn't have the grind that I had to get there at 7:30, 8 in the morning. They were rolling in at this point. It was like 10:30, and they were right in the parking lot. And so I got some looks again at them, and these are some of my better shots, I think, of the smooth bill. So again, no grooves, thin, bare spot behind the eye. I like this one a lot. It doesn't showcase the bird very well, but I love the grapevine that's here and how it's like framing the bird and how it's in focus and identifiable. Are other people having sound issues? Because I said that yeah, I did say there would be a little bit of tech troubleshooting. Because like I said, I set the noise gate or the sound gate at some. Um, okay, we'll play around with it. Keep letting me know if other people notice it. We can mess with them. I just kind of did what I was hoping. But I think the real troubleshooting is when we are going to switch off of this and go into the game section. Um, that might be. But anyway, this is my favorite shot of the smooth bill, even though it's not the best. Um, Showing the whole bird, I just really like how it's framed here under the little. So, hmm, okay, we'll we'll keep a note on that. So skipping forward several hours, um, I do all of my bug sifting. I promise we will return to talk about the bug sifting in just a minute. Um, but on the way home, there is uh, a state park, I think, that had bison reintroduced, and it's a really interesting habitat where it's like you've got alligators coexisting right next to bison. Jamie, hello. Yes, yes, yes. Hope you had a good Christmas as well. This is what I did yesterday on Christmas. Go to look at birds. Um, so anyway, there are bison at this place, and as I was driving home, I was like, "Oh wow, what are those big dark mammalian blobs right off the side of the road?" Well, turns out it was the herd of bison. So I pulled over and I got to see these for a little while. This is fairly close to my house, so I didn't need to stop for very long. I can go back anytime and see these pretty easily this time of year. But I think they're fun. Most people don't know that there are wild bison in Florida. It just feels like a not very bison habitat, but um, we do have them. These are here year round, and like I said, they were introduced originally in like the 70s, I think, with just 10 individuals, and now the herd is up to about 70. So I didn't have all of them. I think I only had 17. But nice little wallow hole here. You can see a couple of the bison hanging out together. I thought this was funny. Um, because this is just Winnie but with extra step. I realized that laying down looking like this is not just a Winnie thing. This is just a bovine thing. Apparently, cow and cow relative just kind of do this. But I was like, oh yeah, that's Winnie with some extra fur and some horns. And got the the mouth open. That's that. I also got this one picking his nose with his tongue. And then this is a this is a cattle egret, and he's close enough, right? He is close enough. This is not exactly a cattle, but it's right there. That was pretty funny that this one was just kind of hanging out with this guy here, grazing. But then oh, this one was sitting on him. This is a different bison and a different egret, but this egret was sitting just up on top. I thought was very fun. Do they eat the? No, I think they eat the bugs that are associated. Yeah. They'll eat other things as well. So egrets, of all sorts, will fish. Typically, the great and the snowy egrets are the ones that you see more often in the water, but cattle egrets are a lot pasture based. So you'll see them eating like grasshoppers. When he had a bird friend, yeah, yeah. Cattle egret here up on the bison, and some more you can see. Like there's one, two, three egrets here among the bison herd. And I thought when I took this, I thought this bird was sitting on top of this bison. But if you zoom in, it's not very clearly on the ground between them, which is a little bit disappointing because I was really hoping that that bird. This was an attempt, a very unsuccessful attempt. Um, but there was a bald eagle soaring up here, and it was the first time that I had seen a bald eagle at this particular spot. So I was trying to document it. I did not get it. So that is the end of Evan's photo review for Christmas 2020 2025. So now, um, it happens. It happens. Um, okay, so now everybody cares about the bugs. It is buggy time. It is buggy time, and uh, I was planning to go for the birds anyway, but they just so happened to be at, I wouldn't say at, but very close to one of the locations where this really rare ground beetle is known from. I actually don't think it's like that rare. I could be, I could be like coping super hard. Um, but this is Holocaryza arenaria, and it is about a millimeter and a half long, so very small. And it lives in sand at the beach under seaweed. On GBIF, which is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, which is a huge data aggregator, there are only 16 records of this beetle in the US. It is typically found more in the Caribbean, so just barely eking up into the. And the collection that I work at, we have a handful of specimens. Um, and I want to find them because the two places that it's known from are like Tampa, which is the middle of the state, and the Keys, the Florida Keys, all the way down at the bottom. And so there's about 400 miles of coastline between the two sites where these things have been collected. And there is no reason for the current known distribution. There's no reason why those 400 miles don't have this thing. But like I was explaining on chat chats, I think the reason uh nobody's collected this for a while. Um the specimens that we have were collected in like the late 1970s. Um I don't think they've gone extinct since then. Somebody asked that during the stream on Wednesday, and I was like, I really don't think so. They're it's a combination of a couple things. One, they're very small. And it's hard to get people to care about things that are that tiny. Two, it's a group that hasn't really had that many active collectors in Florida in a very long time. So this is a ground beetle. This is the group that I work on that I like am doing my whole dissertation on. Um, and the last person to work on ground beetles in Florida was a guy named Skip Choate in the 90s. Um, but even then, he was a broad taxonomist. He had a lot of interests, and ground beetles were just one thing that he did at some point. But he wasn't tracking more of these down. Was is kind of the gist of that. And then, like I was saying, they're coastal, so they live on the beach, under sand, under uh under seaweed piles. They're predatory, so they're feeding on the other insects that are going to be in the seaweed bits. And so there are no notes on how to collect this thing. It's wingless, so it doesn't come to light like you would hope. You have to sift it out of the sand. And so I sifted a bunch of sand yesterday. um I drove from the spot where the Anis were to the known locality for this thing, and I sifted for about 2 hours. I could not tell you how many pounds of sand that I sifted, but it was a lot. I have a round sifting plate, and I just scoop sand in it and then bake it. Um, and I did that for a while, and I didn't have any luck of any sort finding any beetles whatsoever. And that's somewhat expected. The records that we do have of this thing are from the summertime. And things that are typically active during the summer will dig deeper during the winter. And it's very possible that this is just like not the time of year to collect them because nobody's really doing much collecting in December anyway. But because I was basically right there, I was like, I'm going to go um I'm going to go find I'm going to go try at least to find this thing. And so I had I spent all this time sifting. But then I was like, well, there's another technique here that I could potentially use. That is called litter or soil washing. I'm trying. Here we go. Switch back here again. This is the main idea behind soil washing is that there are beetles that are very, very small that don't come into traps that you can really only get by rinsing them directly out of the dirt. And so this is an album that Chris Carlton put together. He is an entomologist out of Louisiana. And so this is your first step. He goes through the process, and we're going to explain where it differs a little bit because we're not doing soil specifically, we're doing sand. So, your first step when you do this is you clear away all of the leaf litter. That's a whole separate fauna. You do the leaf litter separate from the dirt. And then you basically dig down. You then fill your buckets. Seems easy so far. just collect a lot of material and you put it into buckets. And then you flood them. They ever leave the sand. Um, the ones that I'm looking for, I know will at least come up to the surface because there are records of them being under rocks. But I imagine they do come out and hunt the other small invertebrates that are in the seaweed. So we modified this technique a little bit. Um, you have your container of dirt, you fill it with water, and usually do this a lot at a time. So you have multiple buckets. And then you stir. So you have all this dirt in the water, and you go down and you just mix it up. Chris is using a shovel. I just shove my arm down. And what that does, it makes this foam happen. It brings all of the like living organic material. They're like, oh no, we're being flooded. They float up to the top, and you get this scum film on the top here, like this, after, a couple hours. And then you scoop it off. So Chris uses a slotted spoon. I was using a mesh skimmer. So you scoop up all of that gross foam and debris that's floating, including this stuff, and you re-agitate. So you do this a few times to make sure you get all the little guys out of your dirt, and you put it onto paper towels or newspaper. This is what Chris calls the cat puke state. And I think this is funny. So you do this, you let it drain for a little bit, it dries out so it looks more like this, and then you put all of this into a uh Berlazy funnel. He had a lot more sample than I did, but this trap, the way this works is there's a mesh down here at the bottom to hold your sample. You put your dirt or whatever on top of it, and then there is a light up here under this panel. And that light will heat up the material from the top down and also dry it out from the top down. And all the critters that like to be underground or in the soil, their whole thing is if it's light out, I have been uncovered and the sun is touching me, so I'm going to dig. And if the soil gets too dry, it is damper down, so they dig. And what this does is it forces all of the critters to go down, dig through the mesh, and then they slide down this little funnel into this collecting bin here. And then you're left with lots of little dirt bits, but you can see all of these beetles and ants and termites and centipedes and all this good stuff that came out of this dirt sample. So, this is what I decided to do yesterday for this beetle instead. So, we got to uh before I made it back to my house, this is the step in the process that we got to. I didn't think about processing this with soil washing until I was there and had sifted sand for 2 hours and not found anything. And I went, there's another way. And so I always have I keep that fang on me, as they say. I always have a one of the big square cat litter buckets in my truck for various entomological things, but I keep that fang on me. And yesterday, that fang was used to collect a whole bucket full of sand and like seaweed mix. I pulled the seaweed mats from the top of the surface, and then I took the sand from a couple inches down. Again, I don't know how deep these beetles are. I think they're probably more closer to the surface in the warmer months. Uh, I'm gonna try all of this again multiple times over the coming year, so we might be back to this photo a lot. But I brought a bucket of dirt home of seaweed and sand mix, and I didn't have multiple buckets like this. I only had the one, but it was completely full. So then I split it into three, and I've been running the agitation, the flooding and agitation and scooping process since yesterday afternoon. Um, so we are here. We are at the post cat puke stage. And as it so happens, I have the post cat puke stage in this box. And so the next step, the process, is to put it, is to scrape all of this stuff down and put it into the Berlazy funnel. This is not enough material to warrant bringing out my actual Berlazy funnel. This thing is about 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall. So this thing it's massive, right? And he did this with multiple buckets of material. So we are going to uh do the compact desktop version because we don't have that much material. So it's not going to be too crazy. I will say that we already have some stuff. Oh my god, look how much better that focuses. Holy shit. Camera's awesome. um these are things that I found yesterday just in the initial skimming process. So we already have some beetles. None of them are the beetle, but we do have some beetles already. So I am going to show you the uh, desktop Ormans Berlazy funnel. And it's super high tech. Ta-da! 2-liter soda bottle. Did I have to go to the store this morning and do I have a bunch of cups filled with soda downstairs in my kitchen? Yes. um, but the idea here is that you have the container to catch the critters in. You have the funnel for holding your material, and it sits so nicely. What kind of soda? This is Diet Dr. Sam or whatever the Walmart equivalent of Diet Dr. Coke is. So I bottle filter. Yes, basically. So um the idea here, you just cut it and then you have your funnel piece here. But if we were to dump everything through here right now, um it would all go through the opening of the or somebody could have given you a bottle. Yeah, I'm sure they probably tortilla. That was an option. I did buy cheesecloth as well. However, I also brought some embroidery stuff, like this plastic mesh. This has like a 2.5 millimeter square, And I don't like using cheesecloth typically. Uh, whatever. Cross stitching. Excuse me. It was in the craft section. And I just happened to walk by it as I was on my way over to try to find the cheese. Uh, it's not the same, Logan. You're gonna get the fiber arts people mad. Um, but anyway, so I picked this up instead. I have cheesecloth downstairs, but I always worry about cheesecloth having too many nooks and crannies and places for little insect tarsi to get caught in the cloth. And so I prefer this, which is smooth, that they're not uh that it's not going to fall through. This is going to hold all my material. All the insects are going to be able to get through it just fine. Um and I was able to cut this little thing to make my platform here in the funnel. To collect everything in a little bit more condensed of a space, rather than just filling this piece up with alcohol, I do have my little beaker. So I'm going to put this is 70% ethanol into the beaker. Beaker goes in here, and then this goes in there. It's so tight. You got no. This is this is this is the middle. This is the middle side. Yeah. So there is a tinier beaker. So breaking down the system, we've got 400 milliliters. This is my Big Mama beaker. Then we've got 250. As comparison between those two. Mini Pearl, yes, there is. And I was going to talk about that. We'll get there in just a minute. This one does not have milliliters on it, but it's smaller still. I think this one might actually just be a cup, because this says like half cup, 3/8 cup, quarter cup on the side, and also ounces. This might actually not be like a science one. But I certainly did science in it, so we're not going to use this for human consumption anymore. So that's there. And then we've got the 100 milliliter. And then this is 50. This is what you were OMG so cuting about. And all of this, I am very happy to say, does Russian nesting doll down. So this thing does love the streamer hand. It's actually kind of sick. So these all fit into each other. That was the size that you were freaking out about. Are you ready for 10 milliliters? This is the tiny one. So small. Is there a 1 milliliter? I bet somewhere. It is a thimble indeed. So, I too love my little beaker. This is my dissection beaker. So I'll use this to when I'm clearing genitalia or clearing internal structures. This is the one that I use. But it doesn't exactly fit the diameter of the soda bottle. So that's why I upped it to the 50, because this one, it does fit. So that's where we're at. I am going to fill the beaker with alcohol right now. And it won't be full necessarily. I don't need all 50 mil, but probably give it 30. Just because it is an open topped container, there is going to be some evaporation over the next couple days when we're running this trap. Um, and so again, instead of the big funnel, we're using the little Coke bottle. And also then we don't need the really huge light. We have only kind of in frame our like desk lamp friend thing over here. So this is just going to be running off camera for the next couple days. Um under the Coke thing. Hydrate. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll hydrate. I'm not drinking lab alcohol. I I would have to order new glassware if I were to drink out of the beak, because all of these have had so many chemicals in them that I would be afraid to drink it. So this is the setup right now. We've got the alcohol in the beaker in the bottom of the 2 liter. And then we're going to have to scrape all of the gunk into here and then just put this on top. Now, we are also ready with the aspirator, because there are going to be little tiny beetles running around um, in the box, I'm sure, for us to make sure they don't escape. Uh, Esther, we are doing. Jesus. No, no drugs here. This is a little tiny thing. This is a thing called the Berlazy funnel. Um, this is what like the big version looks like, and what this does is it drops uh you put dirt in it like so, and then you put light over top of it, and they dig down to try to avoid the light, and then they get trapped in a little container. This one on screen right now is like really big, and I don't have that much stuff, so we are making it out of 2 liter 2 liter soda bottle. Um, but yes, so we are now going to transfer all of the drained seaweed and gunk into the funnel, and then we're just going to have to let it sit for a couple days. So we'll check back in a few days whether or not we got it. But in yesterday, um, when I was draining stuff off and just kind of poking through and seeing, I did find some pretty good beetles, but I did not find the that I was looking for. So we're keeping expectations minimal. Uh, we're crossing our fingers, but we're not going to be super disappointed or unexpected if we don't get it. So this is box of gunk, and I am going to first and foremost just pick up the big stuff, but then like the diagram here says, you get one of these little bottle brushes to scrape all of the pieces, and all the little tiny beetles down into the container. And of course, we do have a bottle brush for this. Part where you pull out the one you did 3 days ago. I wish, Salty. It's not like a cooking show. I wasn't able to pre scoop seaweed. Um, Transparency of the bottle will play to your advantage. I don't know that it would hurt. Um, I can't really think of if it would be a benefit or not. Maybe the only thing that wouldn't be is that there would be ambient light coming from other directions, so they wouldn't be as inclined to dig down. But with how bright the lamp is, I don't think it'll be a problem. So filler, we are just about perfect on space. That's a pretty pretty good estimation on where to cut the bottle on my end. Then we are going to set this off to the side real quick, and I am going to ultra nerd out for just a minute because there are things crawling around in the box that we are going to catch. I'm sorry I'm ignoring you, chat. Concentrating, we're finding beetles. I'll come back to you in just a minute. In a second. Okay. There's something happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what you guys are up to. Okay, so the stuff is cleaned out of there. I am now going to use the brush to get just this last bit out of this stack of gross, dirty paper towel. Okay. We are ready to go. We are now putting this under the light. Ooh. Ah. Okay. So now we basically leave that sitting for a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a couple days. So we're not going to have updates on this like tomorrow or anything. But you did see me using the aspirator there a lot. There is some real goody. Oh God, I did roach. Yes. Um. So there are some goodies in here already. Um. We are going to not watch the process. But we're going to get these in some alcohol, give it a little bit, and then we can take a peek at this later. I didn't see. I still didn't see any of the beetle, but we did get some pretty good stuff in here, including what I think is a Florida endemic species, meaning that it's not found anywhere else. So that should be exciting. Um, yes, so we now have our Berlazy funnel cooking, and we shall see what it gives us in a few days. What's it on? Like jumping spider today. Oh no, yeah. I think some of the ones we just picked up were springtail size. So that is that's soil washing, and hopefully that is going to yield some cool beetles. I don't think we've got our target, but next time I go, I'll be able to, if I take more buckets, I will be able to do this a little bit better. And if I have someone with me, I'll be able to do it a little bit better, maybe at the beach. And then actually set up the big Berlazy funnel, not the 2-liter soda bottle version. I can't pin or point a beetle that small. You doubt my powers. I certainly can. I don't know who you're talking about, but I certainly can. What else did I for today? I didn't really have anything else on. We've sorted beetles. We have looked at bird pictures. We have somewhat tech troubleshot. I think it might be time to game. As a professional, do I ever use INET data as a reference for potential speech range, or is it totally useless for obscure? This thing's not on INET. I am almost certain that this is not on INET. Nothing. Nothing for the genus. If we move just a little level up, though, up to the tribe, there's plenty. These things are pretty common. A lot of these come to light. And so these are 9 relatives in Florida that we have. Some of these are super common. More common than you would guess for only having 30 observations. This one is rare. For those of you that were around for the Big Beetle ID project that I was working on for the other museum in Florida, I took back 10%, or a little over 10% of it back. So they gave me like 5,000 beetles. I took them back like 600 or 700 pretty recently. And this uh this one here, semi-point mouthed beetle, Semi-Artostomus viridis and Semi-Artostomus puncticollis, are in the same genus. I went through like 75 Semi-Artostomus specimens. 74 of them were this one, and only one was puncticollis. So these are these come to lights. They're pretty similar to the Holocaryza. They dig. You can see they all have pretty beefy front arms here to help them dig through soil. But none of the rest of these are specifically coastal. They're not specifically like beach dwellers. And all I think all of these except for Xiaomai down here in the left can. So these will all come to lights. Holocaryza, the one that we're hoping for, is flightless, so it might be attracted to the light, but it can only crawl on the ground. So uh, this is these are their close relatives, and then we can go back one more level. Subfamily, and this includes all the big Passamachus, big like warrior beetle things in this group. Scorites subterraneus, which is a bit narrower than the Passamachus, and then the Ichirius guys, which yeah, so no Holocaryza, but for other things, like if we wanted to see Sublavis, this is the most common Passamachus in Florida. I will check that. You can check the map, and they are pretty much across the whole. Yeah, yeah. I will use INAT for certain things. Um, this one is not really not one that I would need to search for specifically, but I'm losing embarrassing. Talk to me about. um, this one, for instance, Polyurus caymanensis. This is only known from Florida in the US. And so I've checked the distributions on here to figure out roughly where they can be and like sort of the types of habitats they can be in. Um, but again, there's not that many people posting photos of these things, so it's not super helpful. Um, but it gives me a little bit of an idea. This is what they look like. Okay. Helpful. And you know what's embarrassing, chat? This isn't even the one that I wanted to look up. This was not this was not the genus I was thinking of. This is just another relative here that has the long neck. I'm Leptotrachylus. That's what I want. This one, Leptotrachylus cressus. This is also a Florida only species. This is a Florida only thing, and I've been trying to figure out where and how to collect it. And what I have learned is that, well, one, they do come to light, but two, reading, um, they like to live inside of the grass sheaths of sawgrass. So they tend to be around bodies of water, even if it's. I mean, these ones probably came to light, but all through Big Cypress down here, there is one over here in Deland. Um, but yeah, so I have tried to use INAT to like track down rough ideas for where these rarer things are, but there's not enough entomologists taking pictures of this stuff to like actually be helpful and totally fine. So it is what it is, and I do have a hard time recommending INAT for insects specifically. Um, just because there are so many and it's very hard to undo a bad community ID. INAT is reliant. Yes, it is Linden. Correct. um, so yeah, it's a whole thing. Insects and INAT, I have feelings about it, especially for beetles. It's tricky, but have I played webbed before? However, I do own it. You have what? This was my first winter Steam sale. Uh, with the new computer has come the ability to game. Um, oh, Roach, you played for 10 minutes, and so I've got a couple things going on here. I picked up a bunch of bug games. Grounded. Ophelia gifted this to me. She really wants to see me play this game and has been asking about it for like a year at this. Um, so we have this. I don't think we're gonna get into it today, but thank you, Ophelia. Very. I played Hollow Knight for like 10 minutes yesterday. I played for a little bit. Played 45 minutes. I lied. I have Isopod, which is a little isopod game. Played Peggle for a bit. I have Portal 1 and 2, which I also sent to a man. So um if y'all get on her about a Portal stream, could totally do. I've got Power Wash. I have Birdologists, Sonic Adventure 2, quite highly recommended. Um Tabletop Simulator, Goose Game. Basecamp, did you send me this one? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. This is fun. I've played this one on my Switch before, so I enjoy Goose Game. Um, Add me. What are you doing, Space? Uh, Tortilla didn't force WebFit. I have so Webbed is the same developers as Isopod, and this one you're a jumping spider in Australia. I web fishing uh was on my wish list, and Tortilla got it for me. He did not force it. This was an Evan one, and then Worm. This is the same people that did Webbed and Isopod. I think I'm not getting started. I apologize. Bugaboo Pocket. You know there's an Alveus Marty skin in here? Unable. There we go. So those are what we have. Um, I think I want to. So freaking hard before it fell apart. What do you mean it fell apart? What happened to web fishing? We do have this though. We have at least one command. Um, Interesting. Anyway, um, Portilla says it fell apart. I still want to fish. Okay. Um. There should be. Why is there not? Okay. We're back in the tech. We're back in the tech issues portion. um. Okay. This is currently on their screen setting, which doesn't have audio capture. Add audio to the. How would I do that? Also, do you guys? I didn't really know that you could do in this. Hold on. Yeah, sure. We can have. Um. You guys hear that? Oh, is it doubled? Okay. Um, how is it in relation to me? Is it quiet? Is it quiet? Am I? Look at this chat. You and me. We fish him. Look at that. Audio is in fact doubled. Okay, so in my mixer right now on this capture thing, I have a desktop audio and also an application audio. Should I just mute one of those? Crazy Lex 35, thank you for the follow. Okay, so y'all can still hear. Yeah, I did see that there was a room code sort of thing. Yes, I did see that there was like a room code. If y'all want to join, definitely do that. Just let me get my bearings a little bit. Oh, what? All right. First thing, I want to look. Space Camp. This is called web fishing. Customize the character, high priority. I'm gonna be a cat. Puppy. The puppy face is too. Um, let's give it 20 minutes. 20 minutes or so. So at the top of the hour, anyone who wants to pop in, I think there's a cap of 12. Do that. Maybe we won't get anything done. Maybe until then because of the customizing. Really, really go for it. Colors are. Green's too dark. Yeah, face. I think you think it's just. I think you just click mode. All right, how do we feel about green and purple? Joker color. purple. I kind of like got staring into the soul like this. Going naked. We're okay here. We've got. Wait, I can do the tail. Oh. Alright, so we're chilling. We're chilling with this. We're fishing like this for now. Yo. Arf. Arp, what a lark. Does this have... This has all the fun little sayings like Animal Crossing when you catch stuff? What's making that getting? I don't know. A huge carp. Sized up. Excellent. Big McLarge here? Oh, the carp. I gotcha. I follow. Was that the space alien? What do I do with the splash turtle? I'm like vaguely aware of it, but how do I track it down? Got a massive largemouth bass. Out of tune to me. Ha ha ha. Get it? Because base. Go look where? Around? Ooh. Oh, there's a trail. Yeah, Ophelia, you're here. Oh, lock in. Hold on. Whoa. Unidentified fish object? What the fuck? Uh, Ophelia's here, I guess. Y'all want to join? I did say top of the hour, but like, it is what it is. We're here, I suppose. Or what? Merry Christmas. I hope you had a good holiday. Play music, fish, I suppose. Um, I do I need to show the why? I can um this campus. Apparently, you don't. Boy, is the boy for me. Um, I guess y'all don't need a code or anything if you're just showing up like this. I don't got no beta tab. Uh, what are you doing, Ophelia? Built. Oh, what's up, Lyndon? Thank you. Oh, Ophelia's drawn. God. Okay, there's a. I think you need closing the door. Yeah, you have to unlock. You don't automatically get clipped. By default. Hey, hell yeah. Ooh, damn it. It's all good, man. And, okay, Isopod. Yeah. This goes crazy, right? Whoa. Save that land. Holy sh. What's your fun fact, Ophelia? Uh-oh, we got Dwonkophilia. So, I've only ever really watched... I've only ever really watched, like, cut YouTube videos of this game, in terms of, like, how often people catch fish and whatnot. So I have no idea what the, like, spawn rate of anything is. Ooh, small pike? Just piked my interest. So I have no idea what the rate of catching things are. Or how any of this shit works. What's the best bait for certain things or whatnot. So this is a learning stream for sure. I did play for like an hour the other day. But I didn't do much catching. I barely did any upgrading or anything. Whoa, who's... Oh, small group? Grouper. I hardly know her. Oh, it's that kind of game. Because it also said the identifying dog object. What the fuck? So, this is a fun game. Duppy. Oh! Ophelia, you weren't drinking, like, beers in game. I mean, you kind of type like that anyway, sometimes, so I wasn't sure. What a microscopic herring. Can't even see it. Isn't red. Do y'all remember uh a pup named Scooby-Doo, the cartoon on Cartoon Network where they had that kid named Red Herring? And he was always the red herring of who was doing the bad stuff in the episode. I'll remember that. But this is some obscure Evan lore for you. When I was a kid, we would Base Camp, hello. Base Camp's gonna drown. A large flounder. Flounder? I hardly know her. But what's we getting? Got a bait too. Gotta click, Space Camp. You gotta click. Shit. Oh, Space Camp also got a flounder. Look at that. Yippee. Coco does not remember that. Okay, well, it was... The premise of the show was like Scooby-Doo and the gang as kids. um... Yeah, so the premise was like Scooby-Doo and the gang as kids. So that's why it was called a pup named Scooby-Doo, was because it was a puppy. And there was like the bully in the show, because they were in school, so there was obviously a bully. And his name was Red Herring. And he was like the default one that they were like, oh, we're always gonna blame this guy for all the bad stuff and the mysteries that happen when we're kids. And I didn't like realize that until carp. Carp. What a lark. I like didn't put together that red herring was a phrase. Until much later. But there was also, like I was saying, an episode of that show where... I'll back up. There's important information. When I was a kid, we used to go sit. Cool. Al, hello. Hope you had a good Christmas yesterday, if you celebrate, or been having a good week otherwise. We did some bugging and we did some burden earlier, but yeah, we're gaming now. Oh, Lyndon, in the game you can buy beer, apparently. And if your character drinks beer, it automatically affects your typing like that. I did not know that. I just learned that from Pocket. All unidentified. What the? Okay. Two worm. Pull these and buy some other stuff. Anyway, so a pup named Scooby-Doo. When I was a kid, I would go to the beach for quite a long time with my grandparents. I had a friends with a house down there. So we would go and kind of house sit for a month or so at a time. And salmon. And when we were down there, I used to be able to call a seagull in. Pre-puberty Evan, I could make a very convincing seagull call. And we would call the same... I knew it was the same seagull because he was banded. It was a little green band. And we would feed him briskets. Now, small crab. Arg. And I ranked up. So I used to feed this bird crackers, which I now know wasn't good. But I was a child, so don't come for me. But I could make the seagull noise, and the seagulls would come in, and how do I see a map where people are? Where is Space Camp? Is there a map where I can see where people are? People on a... Ophelia? Did I actually do anything? Did not like type that? Whoa, whoa, what the fuck? Why are you guys having such a big fish off? Holy shit. Hey, Grotic. Oh, giant lobster? Wow. Well, I have... I see my... Oh, I just sold all... 5 more. It is the top of... This is called web fishing. Not off the bat. Sure. Antic sing. But it might. Vertic, it's not free, but it is pretty cheap. So it's on Steam, and there is a room code if anyone else does want to play. I don't know how full we are or how many people are here versus how many we can have in the... Should be able to check. But yeah, we can have 7 if anybody else wants. I never finished my story. Hold on. Shark. Yeah, there is a room. I can't do the seagull noise anymore. I can't do it, but it was... Anyway, it was a laughing gull that I was able to call in. And there was an episode of birds. There was an episode of A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, and there was a kid in it whose name was Durwood. And so I then named the seagull Durwood, but it came out of that show, The Pup Named Scooby-Doo. Pearls, web fishing, yes. First time. I just got this the other day. Also known as the Gooble Goob. Real fat. It is Joker color scheme. Oh, Mini Pearl. Yeah. Sorry. I totally forgot about that. Everyone else. So, Mini Pearl asked earlier about the shirt. Save our freaks. Don't mind the deep. This is a friend of mine who some of you just saw streaming yesterday for the first time. Her name is Sarah, and she runs the nonprofit called Skype a Scientist. And she is a squid biologist. So if you've ever listened to the Ologies podcast, she's the squid person that Ali Ward did the interview with. So she designed this shirt with the squid on it as like an anti-fracking thing, like an anti-sea mining thing. So that's why it's the don't mind the deep. But Sarah very recently, as in like a couple days ago, started streaming on Twitch. She is currently illustrating a children's book about appreciating like urban wildlife. So hey, I can do that. Thank you, Roach. I was trying to track her username. Nick, what's up? So far, so good. Look what we've got. At the pick emotes. Does she have an online shop? Yes, I do believe. I do believe she does. I don't know if this one is still available. This was a fundraiser thing that she did for a while. But yeah, she is very, very cool. And I met her years ago now. In Connecticut, where she did her PhD. And I was in Connecticut working at the insect collection, and I just happened to message her and was like, "Hey, I've done your Skype a Scientist program." Like, she organizes. You guys are still watching me, just full screen. She organizes like connecting classrooms who are looking for an entomologist or whoever, like a scientist, to come in and talk to the kids. And this was pre-Zoom, so that's why it's called Skype a Scientist. Um, and she organized that, and I was like, "Hey, yeah, I've done that a couple times. I'm in Connecticut right now. If you want to grab coffee." And so we met up. I got to meet her there, which was very cool. And then she came to ASU, and she went out collecting with my insect collection with my insect class. Sarah is the Texas squid for a squid fact car lady. Yes, she is. Um, I'm gonna miss if this is a fish. I'm gonna put. Squidmobile. Yeah, she has the Squidmobile. Um, she also is big into bugs, so she came collecting with my class and I. She also runs moth nights, but she has these things, and I don't know if it'll be. I don't know if that'll be scannable. Yeah, Grotic, give me 1 second. Does it scan? Can anyone tell me? It does. Okay. Well, check the VOD if you didn't get it. But yeah, you can sign up and text this number, and it gives you squid facts. She also has a bug facts one too. I just don't have any. I don't have any of the stickers for bug facts, but she hand drew these and she sent them to me. She sent me a ton of these. And so I got to go do a little bit of mischief and like hang them up around bars in Phoenix. So I would go spread the word of squid facts and everything. And Sarah's super super cool. So if y'all go up again, this is oh 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 this is her Twitch, and like I said, she is currently illustrating a children's book. So kind of art streamy, but very very sciency as well. I have to wait another hour before shouting her out again. But anyway, yeah. So she just started streaming on Twitch like 2 or 3 days ago, and I know I let some of y'all know yesterday about it, but give her a follow. Tell her Evan sent you. um, and yeah, so that should be pretty cool. Okay, let me. Ophelia remembered how to gamble. Yes, there's lottery tickets at the dock. I knew that. Got a perch. I perched. Oh, that sounds like a hydrate to me. Okay. Um. Does anyone know how I get a room code? I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay. I found it. There you go. There's rain in the lake. Rain gives you different stuff, right? That's why we're freaking out about it. Ophelia, are you fishing with a turtle? Ooh. Big fan. Look at this. Look at it. It's nice. Go, Space Camp, go. The fish, catch the fish. Hey, Lily. Gang's all here. If you have web fishing, then... Did I missed the fish. Kill myself. We'll allow it. I'm lost. Better bait. Where's the house? The lake. Ace? Okay. Goes now. Yo! Yo! I got the Alveus wolf shirt. Boy, tenderfoot shark bait. Shark bait. Sick. But I can. Alright, I need to. Or I can buy. Oh, Ophelia's with the possum. I could have guessed. um. So, so for for everyone who's actually played, you need certain tiers of baits to catch certain things. So, like, if I just went right to leeches, would I miss things that are only cricket? Is that how that works, or is it just like size of fish? Phyllis says base camp says you can drown. Fuck it, we call it. Oh, so that's like opulent and okay, I see. What can I buy here? Oh, I can buy in. Okay, I have to buy saber tooth. She. Ooh, stinker dinker. Oh, okay. Ophelia has. Player names. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that's you, Grotic. Because we're not seeing your name on here either. What's your hat say? Men fear me, fish fear. Men turn their eyes away from me as I walk. No beast dare make a sound in my presence. I am alone on this barren earth. Also, you're so small. He's so tiny. It's raining! Fish, fish, fish! Grotic, hello. Found it. Oh, shrinkings. There's a lot of things in this game that I Here we go. Largemouth bat. Definitely passed over you there. You really caught Georgie. He's out of his slime. Got a small crab. Ophelia, did you fall in the water? Hold on. Whoa. That. There's a frog. Look at that. But I'm back. Nice menu. Sure, that is wonderful for all of you just watching. Here you go. What a thrill. I gotta get out of here. Oh, your mouth open. Can you reel this fish in, chat? Also known as the Gooble Gooble. Everybody fish off the bridge! Yeah! Got no bait. Damn, there's no player collision. Tortilla, if you were that protective of it, you wouldn't be here in the first place. But no, I thought it looked really fun. Like I said, I never played it. I never had anything to play it on until very recently. I did think it just looked like a fun, chill game. Glad other people are into it. Ooh. Yippee, I ranked up. We're good, Lyndon. It's nice that it tells you that you don't have any. No. Oh, what a thrill! I haven't caught anything. Where am I? Hello? am I stuck on this pan? Hello? Why? Why? What? Why is it only moving my text box? Somebody help me. Oh. What is... Yeah. Tortilla. Lucky. I'm gonna go fish in the ocean. I also... Fuck it. Good to scratch off. I know. Speaking of scratch offs, we did a Secret Santa at work on Monday. Last Friday was like our big holiday party where the entire building put out food and stuff, and we had our awards and whatnot. But then Monday we had the monthly birthday party, so rather than everybody celebrating on their own day, it's like, yeah, today we're doing December birthday. Oh, Tortilla gone. Bye, Tortilla. And so since it was... Oh, I am out of bounds. Oh, no. Oh, oh. Oh, this isn't out of bounds. So there's a white elephant thing at the birthday party this month. So everyone, a couple people brought stuff in. And I found bamboo Lego set on sale. So I gave that, and that was like a really... I was like, I feel like that's a pretty good... And then... the gift that I ended up with was a stack of scratch-off lottery tickets. That was what somebody else had chosen to bring, and I was like, I feel like a gambling man, because what's the worst? That I didn't spend the money on this, and if I win, like, a shit ton of money, that's pretty sick. So yeah, I got scratchers at work the other day. And unfortunately, I only won $11. But... Are we... Sorry, I just left everyone. Are we going to group gamble? I didn't even see where to buy Punchy Glove. It must be in the... Massive Herring. Oh no, Lyndon. Well, what... This is a long game if you're trying to do, like, full completion on it, because there's, like, all kinds of different levels of fish to catch and whatnot. So, if you get it fixed, if and when you get it fixed, you can certainly fish. No, I didn't see your Igertic, hold on. A new creature! Got a seahorse. Giddy up. Igertic, where are you at? Igertic, let's do the damage. Oof. Oof. You got. Hypothetical. With this. Alright. You kill people in the game as their bloodlust. Come on. Okay. Go back to the... Go back to the ocean. Catch a mahi for you. Fight me. Cat's sitting very comfortably with his friend. That emo. Portillo, when you get a second, could you sitting very quickly with its whatever sitting emotes? Ooh, ignorant. What a ripper. Oh. Wait, can someone in Twitch chat do roach ass? I think I added that one on my own the other day without Tortilla's help, but I actually don't know if it went through. Ooh, I got a new large shrimp. I didn't add it. I'll send you that one too, Tortilla. I don't know how. Yeah, there was roach ass. Somebody, I think it was Roxers, got a really funny thing of one of the Barbaras, like, shaking ass. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. Like a replacement for duck ass. Okay. Oh. Oh, Tortilla, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tortilla. Tortilla's like, I don't want to deal with you. Fishing on here. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Lyndon. I wanted as the emote. Tiny crit. Changed my mind about it telling me about bait. Why doesn't it tell me before I throw it? What a big. I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, there's definitely music of... If you're on one. The bugs. Shock! Hogfish. Whoa. Base camp, what the fuck is that thing? What was that? Show that. Wolf. Wolf fish with your wolf shirt. Look at us crossing. Guys being dudes. Whoa! Tuna! This is a tuna fun. Damn. Rooper. Hardly know her. Who's Joe? New creature. All angelfish. They really did. Twitch chat didn't have my back on that one. Thank you. Correct answer. Joe Mom. Oh, there's a guy. Is there any benefit to keeping any of your fish? Besides, like, hoarding them to get money? Yeah, that's what I was just asking. I don't know. Grotik, you have to go back to the store, like, in camp, and then you can buy different... So, I bought up to crickets, but then there's also like leeches and a bunch of other stuff that have to get more money. Ooh, a shining small shrimp. One in a trillion. I can put them in an... I did not. Gotta sell fish to make money, though. Damn, triple up over there. Holy hell. I also bought shrimp at the store today. It's always a big thing. We always had like a shrimp ring for dinner, whatever, for New Year's. Oh, I got a microscopic sea turtle. Excellent. And yeah, so when I went to the store today to buy supplies for the bug lamp thing. I also bought Atlantic salmon. Apparently there's an aquarium. Is that what's in the other building? There's like two buildings at camp, and one of them is a store, and I think the other one's the aquarium, right? How fast does the bug lamp work? Is there progress? It works at whatever speed the bugs decide to go. So, I'll let this run for probably a week or so to get everything out. Is there progress? Yes. There are in fact little bits down there. Martin, hello. I played for the first time yesterday after I bought it. If you want to hop in, I can share the room code if you wanted to play again. Patience. Yeah, so it takes time to it's a waiting game because like I said, the idea is to dry the material from the top down and also send light from the top down. So it takes a while for the light bulb to actually dry out all of the material. Thank you, Tortilla. But yes, I can... Whoa! But yes, I can see that there's been a couple of things that have fallen through. And they look like beetles, it doesn't just look like debris. Waited for about a month. Explain that one, Martin. Are you a commercial fisherman now? What does that mean? Bluefish. One fish, two fish. Red fish. Bluefish. Yeah, you're gonna need to expand on that one, Martin, because, Oh, baits. Hold on. On game. That's crazy. That is a wild way to get hired somewhere. Hey man, I saw you catch that big fish. You want to come work with me? Is actually insane. Whoa, Marlin. Something Marlin. Excellent. Uh, actually why my whole family is late that I live. Because you told them to in a fishing game? Yeah, it does. It's fun. It's like a very chill one. You're not like eating. It's just hanging out, catching a fish. Sure, this fun until everyone starts spam. It's crazy that mince and mince meat are not the same thing. Rupa. Ophelia, throw a line in until I get yours back out there. Ophelia, fish. Yeah. Vince's ground beef. Correct. It's fucked up. So it's, I don't know if it's just raisins, but it's cut up fruit for sure. Damn, a turtle's worth 180 bucks? Okay, I gotta go buy some other stuff from camp. Check my... There's... Game? How do I check my... Oh. Oh. this shit for nose ring. Okay. Piercing. My goat eyes. We're at $13. Yeah. It's great. I don't like that. Whoa. Thanks, Mini Pearl. That's an easy way around that one, huh, Martin? Loves thanks, Mini Pearl. Appreciate it. I don't want the Duke. Um, is there anywhere else that we should fish as a group. Yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is there anything anywhere else specific you need to go to besides just that bridge, or need to go catch stuff elsewhere? Holy shit! Someone just caught a big base camp. Pull that thing out. Respectfully. Oh, Brodick. Hell yeah. Look at that. Sawfish. Dan, yeah. Fishing. Found another errand. If any of y'all have this and want to play, the room code is pinned up at the top. If anyone wants to get fishy with us. I want to go to the... Oh. Pickle! Thank you, thank you. Our daily dose. No! Better catch that shit quick. Don't miss it. Got it. Oh. Well, I caught drink rings. So... how about that? Wait, come here. I want to talk about the fish. I want to talk about the fish. Wait, Tortilla, how do I get to the void? Follow you. Double toes. Did you get an Alveus too, Nikki? What do I need for the void, Tortilla? Tortilla, where'd you go? Please. Attila is leading me astray. Whoa. The void fish, right? We catch something out here? Oh. There is a fish in here, right? Or like a critter? I think it's just called the void fish. Oh, I caught a goldfish. This bound. Fishing over. Gotcha. Whoa. Whoa, Helicoprion! Yo! So, evidently, it's not just a void fish you can collect in here. Because I'm catching all kinds of regular. But surely the only place you can catch a void fish in the void. Oh, I got a letter. Okay. Walleye. Patch of rain. What a crappy. Really, you can't? I've got names for everybody. Oh yeah, granola. We're fishing. Ooh. Yeah, that's my question. How do I get out of the void? Fishing. Raining. Ooh, white elephant shopping. What did you get? We were just talking about that granola. I worked at a white elephant thing on Monday, and I gave the Lego bamboo set, and what I ended up leaving with was scratch-off lottery tickets that I won $11 on. I think white elephant's fun, but I don't like when people don't put effort into it. Frank up. No, but see what I said when I took the ticket, because somebody stole the prize that I had. Fucking chat. It in any other workplace, this would have been something that like only I would have wanted. It was a little isopod zip bag that had a reusable grocery like tote bag in it, but the little outside case was a bug, little isopod. And a coin. Nice. Um, and so like at any other workplace, and by that I mean not an entomology museum, that wouldn't have been as sought after of a gift. But I picked the isopod bag, and then I had it for a couple turns, and then it got stolen. And then um, and then I was like, well, the guy next to me had the tickets, and I was like, the reward on this could be incredibly high. right? Like you in theory could get a lot of return for investment. I did not get that higher return of investment, but scratchers are always fun. So I don't really regret it. I was totally fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if I was like, what if I got the mega jackpot on it or whatever, and I like didn't have to come to work in the morning? What if I wanted like $1 billion? Longoon, where are you? Where are you? Dog? Yes, some of us. Ophelia, I left the void because I had to go shopping. Also, Icebound. Icebound is Nike. Scratchers. See? Expansion. Yeah, exactly. We get that. We get the full-time blacklight bug setup out from a mystery donor. We would have had this PC built way sooner had we won $1 billion or whatever. Actually, not sooner than Monday, because Monday I already had this, but already had the stuff at that. Got a leech. Where would I move if I won? It would really depend how much I won. Okay, Fungoon, I'm Winnie the Pooh in it. So, it would really depend how much that I want. Because if it was like enough to set me up, but not enough to like retire off of, I got a turtle. I like the herd. I like my job now, and if I could just like still do the same thing but not have to worry as much about the paycheck, that would be sick, and I might stay here. I would do a lot of traveling. I would do a shit ton of traveling, and I wouldn't have to worry about my time off as much, because if I give them a big enough donation, I bet I could take some extended leave if I wanted to go on trips or what. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at right now. I'd certainly get a house. Yes, exactly, Ophelia. I'm salary. But yeah, I mean, I like I said, I like the job, and if it was like enough money to get a house and work on that, I would definitely like stay here. If it was like absolutely disgusting fuck you money, um you know, we might move again or whatever, but like I don't know what else I would do. I've landed a very very sick gig, and I don't know if I would be bored. I probably wouldn't be bored. I would just be able to travel around. But I don't know. Money would have to be pretty dang big for me to give up. give up the job and what I'm doing right now. But I'd definitely be able to travel. First stop on my travels. This is gonna sound like I was heavily influenced by our streamer. But South Africa has always been on my list. Before I got into bugs, my whole thing was large African mammals. Like, I thought I was going to do large mammal work. What the fuck? Um, so I've always wanted to go to Africa because they have obviously a very high concentration of large mammals. So that has always been on my list for the mammal fauna. But now that I'm into birds, and now that I'm into bugs, it's also a great place to go for both of those things. So, Africa for the mammals, I would love to go to Costa Rica, which is a lot more reasonable. That does feel like a certainly more attainable trip, like in the not so distant future. Because Costa Rica, you can find like a third of the bird species in the world in Costa Rica. And you can also get insect collecting permits pretty easily in Costa Rica. I would also love to go to Australia. Growing up, if you can imagine this, I was a real big Steve Irwin kid. So getting to go to Australia Zoo would be phenomenal. There's lots of birds and bugs and whatnot there as well. So when I travel, it's mostly about seeing nature-related things rather than dodged it for a decade. Tortilla, what the fuck? What do you mean? Damn, yeah, $1,300. Topical over here. Icebound. Space Camp, you're English. That's crazy. Like the most British. I've got friends though in London or in Europe, so I would head over there at some point, but it certainly wouldn't be Costa Rica to sit in office. Well, no, but I would take vacation around sitting in an office. So anyway, yes, Australia is up there too. My idea for traveling in general is like I would like to go see the natural things, and that basically means I would like to see as little of the civilization as possible. I just want to go out into the woods. And so like last year when we went to Thailand, we got picked up in the airport. We immediately went to the smallest, tiniest village possible. And then we stayed there the whole time and then went back to the airport. I did not get to see a single temple. I did not get to see any night markets. I purely went to Thailand and I was in the jungle the whole time. And it was awesome. It was so great. So, that's what I'm about. There are certain things that I would definitely like to see, but I am very much a travel for the nature kind of thing, and I'm also not like a sit around vacation person. I want to go do things. So I've got leeches. I don't get me wrong, Vertic. I like sitting on the beach and reading a book. But once I get through like 2 or 3 books in 2 or 3 days, I am itching to go look for. Um, Ophthalmology and I went to Aruba back in 2019, like right before I finished my master's, and that was like an all inclusive resort sort of deal. So, I could start getting pina coladas at 10 a.m. And it was great because I did that every day. But I read a bunch of books, and I was finally like, I need to go exploring a little bit. Ooh, a shining small bluegill. Um, and she was very specifically like, I. She's like, this is not going to be a bug collecting trip, and I was like, well, could be. And so I got bored. Oh my god! Hold on, big one. Yeah, listening each. Sick. Um, so I just like walked across the street to this park, and I found like iguanas, and I found a little snake, and I found these tortoise beetles on a plant, and those beetles should not have been in Aruba. So I've told this story, and Tortilla is reminding me of that because she spoiled the ending. But yeah, we had to spend a lot of time getting the permit to bring them back out of the country. And that was like the extent of that. Now, when I travel, if I were to travel anywhere like that again, I would try and preload having permits so I don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, Icebound, you look good. Massive. It did. Well, Keely, you can't drop. That's like a nut. Ooh, big fishy. Listening. Third letter. Grim? 50. I don't... Oh, it moves. It moves me without me touching things. Oh, sturgeon? Holy shit. Ooh. Rainbow. These fishes, yay! Good for that. Oh, that was happening. Sarah! Sarah, look what I'm wearing. Mini Pearl asked about it earlier. Asked if there was a story behind my shirt, and I was like, well, actually. Whoa. You get a huge catfish. Nice. Yeah, we talked about you a bit earlier in chat, along with telling them about the shirt, and I'm not surprised, but the nerds knew you. The nerds knew who you were. Yeah, I also have one of the squids that you gave me a while ago. So they were able to scan and get a squid fact. They were like, "Oh, that's the lady with the squid truck." Go behind. Oh. Yeah. You sent me a bunch of them to paste up and around. I did. But I saved one that I really liked. Like the green one. I had a bunch of the bug stickers too. But I've done my duty in littering those around. Every dive bar in Tempe and Phoenix, Arizona has a bug fax sticker in it. Yeah, if you need up and back, happy to spread the good. Checking us. How do I really have like do I really have like 1,000 views? Is that what's happened here? Y'all give me 1,000. I love real letter. I would have framed it. Can I black out? Ooh, a tiny sturgeon. No. Being this drunk is not fun. I keep falling in. Oh no. being this drunk while fishing is a real problem. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. I do not. Um, it was very convenient to get there at this most recent because it was literally on my way across the country when I was moving. Um, but I don't know. What'd you get, Flo? Move was super convenient. It was just Alveus was halfway between where I was and where I was going. And yeah, we can do a bug hunter. But extras. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Depends what Maya thinks. Depends what Lyndon gets done with the pollinator garden. And how much. Nothing in the works yet. No leaks because there's nothing currently going on. Wait. My roommate in college used to do that. He used to call it poor chips. Because he would just crunch up the noodle bits and put the seasoning pack on. And then just eat it like that. And it was my assumption that chips were also just like a poor food. You didn't need to make poorer chips with instant noodles, but yeah, you know. Soda can. Hell yeah. Base camp, Franken. I mean, they are cheaper than chips, but you get a lot of chips for. I tried it a couple times. Like I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. It wasn't that bad. Chocolate covered chip. That's. Somebody brought chocolate covered pretzels to the work thing last week. Those were. It should be. Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. I got chicken ramen downstairs. We can go do this right now. Well, I guess we gotta go get pork chips then. I want to go grab a pack of that and also use the restroom. But continue on fishing, everybody. I will be back in. Oh no, I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. Okay, back. We've got supplies. One, Beerge. We've got that now. Then we also have chicken ramen. So what's the strat here, Tortilla? You just put it in a bag and crunch it? Doesn't feel like a very complicated Yeah, I do have raw ramen. Grotic, yes. So, Yingling, you're aware, the rest of chat may not be, is America's first brewery. It is the oldest beer brewed in the U.S. And it is a local Pennsylvania thing. So I have always had a soft spot for it. But they didn't, they never distributed west of the Mississippi. So when I moved to Kansas for my master's, I no longer had Yingling available, which was a pain because Yingling is delicious. But then they also didn't have it in Arizona, so I haven't had Yingling in readily available in a hot minute. I'm but now that I'm back in Florida, I have it readily available again. Delicious. And happy about it. You know. Oh, dude, spotted cow, also delicious. Spotted cow's good. Crunching or crunching noodles. Got the flavor packet. And part of that bag was not closed, so now there is bits all over my desk. Okay. Delicacy. Well, unfortunately, that's way better than I remember it being in college. I kind of fucks with this. It's a fun texture. It's a fun texture to bite through. I don't know that I'm going to be doing this all the time, but, like, I'm kind of into this. Well, that's fun. We learned something. That's okay. I caught a frog! Cozy State. What's everyone's favorite flavor of instant? I mean, sorry. I should say of the instant ramen variety. Ooh, large bofin. Bofin. I was gonna say that. Bofin D's nuts. Um, yes, I'm not asking about actual like good ramen. I'm talking about like these packets. Regular old chicken. I also am a chicken enjoyer. I haven't seen the other one that I remember I used to like. It was the blue thing. I think they called it Oriental, which I don't know about that nowadays. But I think it was like mushroom. I used to like that one too quite a bit. Not crazy though. Putting it in soup. I I love a grilled cheese. I am not a tomato soup enjoyer, but I think I've only had like the. I haven't had it in a very long time, so I should probably try it again at some. But yeah, I have not had. I see something. Oh my god, it's just the sparkles. There's no fish. That's a very small Ophelia. Proud of you. What am I Am I crazy because of the tomato soup thing? Because I've heard that before, and I think it's because I just haven't tried it in a long time. I feel like it might be different now, but I didn't like it as a kid. I'll add that to my list the next time I go to the. Give you guys a super. Base camp, base take. 7 minutes. Oh. Wait, what happened? I'm gonna get like a big ass fish. How long do I stay drunk? Jesus Christ. Feels like it's been forever. Oh. Oh my. This is what people do when they keep beta fish. They put it in too small. What's wrong? Made fish soup. Ooh, did I get a new title? I get a new title for catching a fish. Oh. Yeah, this is like my daily wear. Okay. I don't care what anyone else does, but I'm gonna go back over to the docks. It just switches it to cozy. April. You switch it to cozy, boy, or whatever. I like the cozy title would. To get my money. Yeah. Ooh. 20 bucks. Not cover the cost. That. Along. I know some of you in here are big Any Austin fans who does all like the funny. How does the electricity work in Red Dead Redemption? Blah blah blah. There's another guy that's called his name is Dagnall, and he does like Animal Crossing speedruns a lot, but he also did an ice fishing or a fishing series where he like Jesus Christ ice fish. Look at that, hell yeah. Um and so he did the thing like 100%ing this game, catching all of the fish in all of the different levels that you can get.
Yeah.
But then I think he also did big grouper. And he basically tested if it was worth it or not to buy the lottery tickets in this game, and the answer is no. Up to you, Icebound. It'll fit in that tank or not. Granola, this is called web fishing. I think it was $5 for this game. I would put it in the tank then. Martin, I agree. He came to the wrong conclusion. Gambling is always worth it if you double down again and then win. That is simply how it works. Before they hit big. I'm saying, insert picture of guy mining for diamonds. One hit of the pickaxe away. Hit away. I'm making it all back. That's a real life pro tip. Ophelia, you know you could also get money by fishing in the game about fishing, right? You don't have to gamba. You don't all... I think she... I hardly know her. Oh my god.
What?
Oh. Nice job, Space.
What?
Kinda nice. The noise gate that we put on the mic, so you guys wouldn't hear the clicking. You also don't hear the crunching of these noodles. Oh yeah, Space Camp. Crack one open with the boys. Puss. How vulgar. You can't mail. Is that a species name, Sarah? For like giant Pacific octopus or something? Because I thought that that was just say, oh, Harry the lobster. Ah. I thought it was just vulgar because it said puss.
Well,
That is a good joke then, Sarah. See? It pays to have friends that know things. I never would have gotten that. That's very... See? Oh god. Yeah, exactly like that. Just as vulgar. In here with got no bit talking to me. Like just cutting out for get crash ring or something. I might need to... Okay. I can do that. I'm quieter than I... Oh, okay. I don't want to be too loud. We're hanging out and fishing. Vertic, have you updated your fishing level? Where you can like increase the amount of clicks that you get per click? Reference images assembled, go doodle. Hi Sarah, are you streaming it? Or are you just gonna go doodle on your own? Okay. I am gonna wrap this up probably pretty soon, because Crunchy Ramen is not dinner. So let's give it a 10-minute warning on fishing. And then we will look at some of the beetles that we sucked up at the very beginning when we were putting the dirt into the thing. And then I will send y'all over to Sarah. Sure, yeah. Like I said yesterday, the nerds will like you, so sure they'll enjoy being sent. But yeah, for those of us fishing, we're gonna call it at 9:40. And you're heading out too? Good night. Thanks for coming by. Back to fish anytime. Primrose. Sorry. 9:40 Eastern time. Whatever 40 it will be your time. Hey, Flumgoon. Thanks for hanging out. All confident. Oh. You know what's embarrassing, chat? I just noticed that it tells you how many baits you have in the bottom right-hand corner. I have been saying this whole time, how did I not know I was at a bait? Apparently, I didn't know I was at a bait, because I was stupid. That's how I did. That is how I didn't. It's like 500. Wish you luck on your gamba. How it goes. Because surely if you win on gamba, it makes it worth everyone else to gamble. That's just simply how it works. Everyone can... Ooh, I got a big one. This is gonna be good. Ooh, baby! This is a small whale? Listening? Small whale? Alright, I'm gonna... Y'all stay here. I'm gonna come over here and hold my whale. God damn. Y'all remember the show Whale Wars? Shepherd? Anti-whaling stuff, and the opening theme song was Bullet with Butterfly Wings. Great show. That was a good one, though. That was a hefty catch. Wouldn't they mean a jumbo shrimp? Grades. I think I should have a fair chunk of money now, I think, to, coin back. To buy upgrades on, like, Rod Luck and things like that, which... 8. I should have enough money to get upgrades now to, like, increase Rod Luck, so I should be getting fights more often and stuff like that. Those upgrades. We'll see. Do a little round upgrading before cancel out. Ooh. Large off. I saw it. You didn't win it. You didn't win it back. How much did you win back on your $500 spent? Probably, if we're being real, it was Ophelia's. It was Ophelia's idea. You're all metal detecting? Well, got 1,500 right now. That's crazy. I know there's closer bait, but I'm also going shopping. Logging! Oh. Second class scout. How I... The number doesn't go down. Like, I just keep having... Ooh. Ralph Chugs, hello. Come in. Hope you had a good Christmas. We'll see what the challenge lord. Alright. I'm gonna catch one more fish. And we're gonna switch back to the microscope for... It was 82 degrees here in Florida yesterday. Not much. Hey, Grutic, thanks for hanging out. See you, Space Camp. I'm catching one more fish. One more fish might take a while. If I'm too drunk to keep falling in. Shining crayfish. Alright. We are going to end it there. Vertic, I don't have 68 beers. I have like a fucking 1,000 beer. I don't... I keep drinking them, and they're still here. Like, the number doesn't go down. Something. A relog, they will go. Okay. Bye, everybody. Okay. We are out of steam. However, we're not done just yet. We're heading back to so we are heading back to the microscope real quick because when we were setting up the Berlese funnel earlier, we did get a nice little vial of things already to look at. So we're just going to take a peek at this. We're not going to mount any of it up, but this is the sort of stuff that we are hoping to get more of out of the funnel over the next couple days. So dump this in the tradition. You guys should be able to see everything. No, so Ralph, the short answer is no. The long answer is probably not, but we're not 100% sure yet. I tried for over 2 hours trying to find it just out in the sand, but I wasn't having any luck. So then what I decided to do was bring a bunch of seaweed and sand and stuff back with me. And that's what we were working on earlier before you came in when we started stream, was putting that material in this little contraption, which is going to force all the bugs through here with light and then get collected in this little piece here in the middle. So this is what we put together earlier on stream. It's possible that the bug we were looking for is in there. I very highly doubt it. But we're going to see. But what we're about to take a peek at is some of the other stuff. That's not the one we were after, but is still cool bugs from inside seaweed that we found while we were looking for that stuff earlier. Oh, there's some good stuff. Okay. Itty bitties. So this one is a featherwing beetle. One little springtail to them. Yeah, all of this stuff is like, we're talking in the like millimeter or less scale. So I just took a picture of what they look like IRL. And I'll post that in the bug court or something a little bit. I know it's going to be out of focus for you, but I need to see what's in focus here. So let me move some stuff around real quick so things are grouped together. And then we can look at get some more stuff more in depth. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Tortilla. Okay. Are or groups of things. Not all this repeat. Some of the stuff is pretty close. Okay. So first, have a little itty bitty parasitoid wasp. This was probably in there, trying to go after ate the head. Um, yeah. So this was in there, probably trying to go after the other critters that we're seeing in here. Looks like a female. This is already all the way zoomed in, so we're not going to see any better than that. But coming over here to this pile, we've got some springtails. So not quite the globular ones, but springtails nonetheless. These are all probably the same thing. The small one up on the top right now is an immature of the larger ones on the left. And there were more of these in this little sample here that we had. Shape of water. They do look like tardigrades. They do, but these have antennae. Tardigrades wouldn't. But yeah, I can totally see the body shape that you're thinking about. Um and all of these things that we're about to look at, there are more of them in the sample. I just didn't organize all of them for this purpose. Everything for now is going to go into one vial. And then once we've finished the extraction and gotten everything out of the sample, then we'll start mounting things up. It gets really confusing when you have things from one collecting event in different stages of processing. It's fine if you have a vial with all your stuff in it that's not pinned yet. But if you have some stuff that's prepped and some stuff that's sorted and some stuff that's still in a vial and some stuff that's still getting sorted, it's a nightmare. So everything will go into this vial, and then whenever we finish checking this trap, everything that's in there will also get sent in here. And then we'll start the mounting process, even though there is one thing in here that I am very excited to get mounted up because I think it is cool. Do I mount everything or just the best of the samples? Uh, that is a very good question as well. And it varies. Um, Typically, I would try to mount everything. This is not going to be that bad of a sample. We would maybe get, based on what we've gotten here so far, we'll maybe get 200 specimens, which sounds like a lot. But it's not that bad because, well, the springtails don't get mounted; those get put into ethanol. And so that'll take a pretty good chunk of the stuff out. So I'm not super worried about it. But sometimes when you run a specific trap for something, like the thing that I'm thinking about specifically is dung beetles. If you run a dung baited pitfall trap, um, you can catch like tens of thousands of aphodiines, like the little dung beetles, in one trap. And that is an instance where I would not mount everything. Um, Everyone has a different belief system on this. But when you have something like that and it's, 10,000 of the same thing, that gets into territory of what we would call excessive duplication. Um, Museums hold on to material, and the best kind of material is diverse in not only species, but also in where those species are found. So, 1,000 of the same beetle from the same collecting event doesn't really tell us a lot. And so, we wouldn't want to have like two or three drawers in the collection of the same thing from the same site. Now, if it was only known from one location and then we found it at another, we would love to have those. But in an individual instance, you can sometimes get a ton of stuff that you don't need for your collection. Um I've talked about the beaver beetles before, the little parasitic beetles that live on beavers. And the first time I collected those, I got 200 of them, which I didn't need. So then I started giving them out in lots of five to other museums who didn't have them. And so there's a big network of trading that happens. You have people around the country who work on the same group as you, but maybe don't have access to the same species that you do. So there's a lot of trading that happens. And there's also just like a hey, um, I can send you representative of Phodiines if you send me, whatever else back. So you try to find things to do with them. The very last thing that you want to do, or at least that I want to do, but is throw them away. I have vials and vials and vials and vials of stuff from over the years that I didn't personally want to mount, but I also don't want to get rid of it because it's impossible to go back and collect in the same place at the same time ever again. And I might have gold in there. I just don't know it yet because it's not the group that I work on. So, um, with this, because it's such a unique collecting method, and a relatively unique habitat, it was a public beach. This is not some super secluded thing that I needed permits for. But I imagine there's not many people who have collected these things in this area before. So I probably will mount up all of this stuff unless the funnel turns out to be like and there's like thousands of things in there, but I don't think it's going. Um I'll definitely give the wasp to our wasp guy at work. But then the things that I am excited about are these things. So these are featherwing beetle. These are the smallest non-parasitic insect in the world. And you can see we've got at least two different species in here. Because you have these bigger ones, these more limuloid kind of oval ones. But then we also have this elongate guy that's much thinner. And so that is, I would call that one like 3/4 of a millimeter if we're lucky. It is very, very, very small. So even compared to the other featherwing beetles around it, that is a very, very small beetle. But the ones that I am excited about, and I got some of these last night, and I have them in this vial, so that's kind of what I knew what they were already. Are these ones right, guys, right here? So this is a clown beetle, the family Hysteridae, and it is also very, very small. But the reason these ones are so cool, I have a friend that works on these, and so I texted him yesterday. I was like, "Hey, I know these are really shit pictures, but do you recognize these? Like, I'll get better pictures once they're mounted and everything." And he said, "Oh wow, that's Calchristus, which is a coastal thing. They're known to be in seaweed, and there's only two species reported from Florida. One that is really far down south, like in the Keys under Miami. And that one is also known from the Caribbean. So it's kind of reaching its northern edge in Florida. And then the other one is a Florida endemic, which means that it's only known from Florida. This is not the Keys species. So this is probably a species of beetle that is not found anywhere else besides Florida. And the only places that you're going to get it in Florida is if you go through seaweed trying to find these things. So again, this is 50x magnification right now. This is 7x magnification. Um and like here is the head. I'm gonna show them next to the head of an insect king. So unless you are doing what we're doing right now, so running the samples through a funnel or a sifter or something like that, you're almost guaranteed not going to be able to find these things out in the field because they're just so small. You know, they're tucked onto the seaweed, they're holding on and whatnot, and they're like grain of sand size. You know, sand is obviously going to be smaller than that, but like you're not going to find this thing. So you bring them back and then you get them just down into clear ethanol like this. And look, I've got 5 of them right there. I probably have another 5 from yesterday. And there's probably more that are going to fall into the funnel. So this is a very cool thing. And I am definitely going to mount all of these up. Um, just because I don't think people have them. My friend that works on these, he has lived in Arizona his whole life. And he's like, "Oh, I've tried collecting those before and I've never had any luck." So once I confirm that they are what we think they are, I'll send some to him as well. Good faith trades and whatnot. He's given me a lot of ground beetles over the years. Um, Even though I don't have a very big series, it's a group that I don't work on, so I don't have any problem sharing with people who do and with friends of mine. So, depending how many we get, will just depend on how many he gets out of this deal. Um, but yeah, so I think these are really, really cool in like the coolest things we have found in terms of like general rarity so far. Um, those beetles are a lot. Don't know. Where ask. Where are there beetles in? There are silverfish in Coraline. Oh, the cocoa beetle. Um, how do you mail them in vials of tiny alcohol? Yeah, potentially. Um, you can also mail them after they've been. You can also mail them after they've been mounted. So if I have them pinned and prepped already, I can send them that way. Excuse me, one second. Um, I'll check with him before I send. If he would prefer them mounted, I'll send them mounted. But for something like this, because it's new or it's something that he probably doesn't have, I would imagine that he'll want them in alcohol so he can do everybody's favorite thing, pull out the bits. And by bits, I mean dissecting genitalia. So I'll check with him before I send anything. Um, but yeah, it depends how they want them. If it will be in ethanol, uh, it'll just be in a little 2 milliliter microtube like this. And then if they're dry, it'll go in a little shipping box, and then that goes into a bigger box filled with peanuts, and then that just goes in the mail. What does dissecting genitalia do for bug study? I'm glad you asked, Ralph. Um, it's an ID tool. It's an identification tool. Um, insect genitalia is often referred to as like a lock and key mechanism, in the same way that like your car key starts your car and your house key opens your house. Um, the female reproductive tract inside of a species is a certain shape, and logic then dictates the male genitalia is also of a certain shape to be able to mate. And in the absence of being able to observe them in the field, which these beetles are dead now, they're not going to be able to mate anymore. You can use the shape of the male genitalia to identify which species it is if you have things that look very, very similar externally. So, a lot of entomologists' time, more than we would really like to admit, is spent dissecting genitalia and looking. In theory, females are also just as useful, but historically have not been documented as much. And every time I bring this up, everyone says sexism in science, and I'm like, yeah, obviously, it's a bunch of white dudes that use this. So, people are using the female section more, but it is a little bit more difficult to dissect the females than it is to do the males. So it's a whole thing. Um, but yeah, dissecting genitalia is just a good way to confirm an identification because the species of this genus, they have genitalia illustrations. And if for whatever reason I send these to the friend of mine, he dissects them, looks at the pictures, and is like, "This is a different penis," uh, then we're very likely we have a new species, which it could be because nobody really looks at these things. They definitely would. Um, but yeah, so especially when I get a new species from a new area that I'm like, ooh, this is like an interesting record. Um, I will most of the time dissect it to make sure that it matches with other specimens that I know are actually that thing. Uh, because, like I said, differences in genitalia are often an indication of different species. So dissection helps a lot with that. So I think these beetles are super, super cool. The Teliads, I have a specialist friend again that works on those, so I will send those off. Those ones will stay in ethanol. You can point them, but they're very small, so it's kind of hard to do. But also because the Teliads are so small, actually the best way to see all the identifying characters for them is to slide mount them. Like put them on a glass microscope slide with a cover slip and everything. So it's a lot easier to do that when they're still hydrated rather than having to rehydrate them after they've dried out. So we'll leave those in ethanol and I'll get those sent off to that friend of mine as well and we'll see what happens. But based on what's in here and like usually how uh Teliad or featherwing beetle occurrences happen, there is like there are two species. They usually co-occur. or not co-occur, but that usually occur with lots of other individuals of the same species. It's pretty rare when you would find two things in the same genus in the same habitat or the same fungus or whatever. So I imagine, I mean, we definitely have two different shapes. Those are two different subfamilies of Tiliids, but all of the ones that are a certain shape are probably going to be the same thing. But I do not have the expertise to check that. So again, it pays to have good friends who know these things. Um, so I can just send them off to have somebody take a peek at them for me. Other stuff we have in here, Ophelia saw this earlier. There is, in fact, a little snail. This might be cool. Frankly, I don't know any snail people. So I don't exactly know what I would do with this one, but it is pretty neat. So I might hang on to it. Um I do know one snail guy, but he's in Ohio, so I don't know how much Florida beach snails he knows. But this is pretty cool. It's a seashell from the sea. So that's kind of neat. There's a larva back here that I didn't realize before. This is a beetle larva. That's really interesting. I don't know who this is, but this is a predatory beetle larva. Um, oh, this might be the hysterid. That's cool, actually. But little hairy beetle larva guy. Um, I don't know what it is. I'll have to take a better look at it. Uh, this scope only goes up to 50x, but we have one at work that goes up to like 220. um, so I'll play around more with that and see what we can figure out there. There's more hysterids, more Tiliids. Springtail. This is a like the joint from a crab leg. And this is like decapod right there. There's an oh, here's another. Oh, there's another. We got a lot of snails in here. So this is a scud or like a we'll call them beach flea. Not insects because they've got 10 legs. Really interesting. You can see all of his internal bits pretty well. And but you can see there's also this very small spiral snail. We look to like I said, I have no idea about shells. So in my very uninformed shell opinion, the bottom two are probably the same thing and the top one is different. But I don't know if that's like a different life stage of how the shell grows or whatever. The aperture looks different, which is the what we call the opening of the shell. And these bottom two have like a lot bigger of a bulge right on top of the aperture than the other one does. But again, I shells completely outside of my wheelhouse, so I have no idea about these. But like I said, I'll hang on to them. I'll put them in the vial with the rest of the stuff, and maybe by the time that the trap is done, we'll be able to uh we'll be able to find a shell person who might want to look at this. But it's also, like I said, it's a public beach in Florida. They probably know what these are already. They're probably not looking for specimens or anything like that. And I always feel bad. Just realize how funny this is going. I always feel bad asking experts for their input on something that I know like doesn't really mean that much to me. Like, oh hey, like I found this cool shell. Like, will you help me identify it? And I always feel bad because I feel like they're busy. But also, whenever people do that to me, I don't feel bad. I don't mind it at all. So it depends on the expert, I suppose. I always like helping people out with just like one-off curiosity questions. So maybe I'll find a nice shell person who will be able to tell me more about this. But those clown beetles are so far the highlight for me. Um, and whatever we find in this other trap, we'll leave this run for probably about a week. So maybe we will take a peek at this early in 2026. Next year, we'll look at the contents of the trap and see if we got any of the beetle that we were actually targeting. Again, I don't really have high hopes for that, but uh, this bunch of seaweed stuff that we've got running in the trap right now is a condensed down version of all of the seaweed that we had. So it's very likely that we will get a lot more beetles out of this. We'll probably get more of whatever this larva is in the trap. So we shall see what happens, and we will break into that next year. All right. That was pretty fun. I had a good time fishing with y'all, so thanks for hanging out today, going through all of the different evolutions of what this stream was, from looking at birds to looking at bugs to web fishing and then back to bugs. I will be live again Monday for sure, but maybe tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know. I don't have specific plans, but we will see what happens. Cricket, hello. I don't know how long you've been lurking, but see you. All right. I am going to send y'all a sacrilegious maybe, but I think you'll like it. I'm not going to send you to the Alveus Extended Universe. I'm going to send you to my friend Sarah, who was here earlier. She is working on a children's book right now on on urban wildlife and how to appreciate them and things. So she is live doodling that stuff right now. This is her like maybe third or fourth Twitch stream ever. So show her some love. Hang out over there. I'll be popping in just a little bit, but I'm going to send you all over there. Thank you all very much for hanging out this evening. See you later. Bye, everyone. Have a nice night.